Do do do. Hello. Good morning, afternoon, or evening. Hi. Hello. Oh my goodness. It's Sunday. It is another day. And I'm having some coffee. Was it? I woke up at like 5:30. Was up for a little bit, then fell back asleep. Woke up at like 9:30, and I'm like, oh god, everything's discombobulated. Hi Septune. Hi Ranger. I saw Zon earlier. Hello everyone. Slept at 12, woke up at 8. Not too bad. Hey, not too bad. Was it? I fell asleep around 1. And then, like, the cats wake me up because they want breakfast, right? When the sun comes up, they get food. I sleep at 4 a.m. Shrish! I have never... Well, very rarely I've been able to stay up that late. It's more likely I wake up at 4 a.m. But how's my morning/day? Not too bad. Not too bad. I'm sore though. Yesterday I was doing a bunch of cleaning. Was it? It's weather's cooling down, so time to get all of like the floor rugs and stuff out. But that means they need to get cleaned. Cat hair sticks to everything. Even if you put these in storage, the cat hair finds it. Like, that is just how it goes. Good afternoon. Yeah, like I said, I woke up a couple hours ago, so my brain is still booting. Yo, oh my god, that's right. I woke up and I was gonna do stretch, like I usually do, and then I realized somehow one of the metal poles on my clothing rack is like bent. I don't know how. It's one of the poles at the bottom that they, like, it makes a little shelf so you can put shoes or bags on. So I'm like, how did this happen? Ha! Hollow tubes. Eventually they succumb to pressure, I suppose. But that really threw me off first thing in the morning. And also, I finally caved and I bought cable protectors, cable hiders, whatever you want to call them. And a new Ethernet cable because Pep likes to chew on them. Pep being my cat for any new people. So that's finally all hidden away. And hopefully that's the end of Pep chewing my Ethernet cables. Pep want them cables? She sure does. There's still cables she can get at because short of unplugging literally everything and putting away every single cable before I go to bed, there's gonna be stuff she can still get if she's determined enough. But at least I am reducing the options. Where there's a will, there's a way. Especially when she's hungry and or mad at me. Those seem to be the conditions. She'll go after, more than anything else, she goes after stuff that I use frequently. Like it used to be, she would go after my laptop chargers and my Switch charger and my phone charger. And then once I started using Ethernet cables, she started going for the Ethernet cables. Like day one, she chewed through it. Like she's munched a little bit on the cable for the microphone, but not so much. And like she's like nibbled a bit on the power bar cable, but that's it. Everything else has been safe. So yeah, it's literally just certain types of cables. Most often those that are used by my most frequently used electronics. And I'm like pretty sure that's intentional on her part because it's stuff I use frequently, and or she just likes that type of cable because, you know, most electronic cables are round and have a similar diameter. So I don't know. Had a cup of coffee going wild. Oh, here we go. I feel great right now. It's okay, Rager. He's here in a DD visual novel stream. He's gonna be out cold in 20 minutes after I start. If you manage to make it through the whole stream without any amount of nap, like if you fall asleep for 10 minutes and then wake up, that still counts. If you manage to get through the 4 hours without any of that, I will be mightily impressed. Question? What question? That's because your brain thinks you're in danger. Yeah, exactly. Eventually you crash. Once your brain realizes you're not in danger and it can no longer, and your brain, or rather your body can no longer keep up with the fatigue, you will crash. Do as you please, but that isn't healthy, yeah. Cat home thingy at night? You mean put them in a crate or something like that? Because I didn't want to. And I mean, at this point, they are 11 years old. That would be more disruptive to them than anything. And I mean, when I lived with my parents, we would just shut them out of whatever rooms, but they would always want to sleep in the room I sleep in. Like Mama Melis would wake up and find them curled up in front of my bedroom door. So like they could have slept anywhere else in the house, but they would want to be where I am. And I mean, Pep has chewed on metal before. So, her being hungry in the middle of the night is not going to stop her, technically. That's cute, yeah. Mama Melis would wake up early, and then she'd open the door a crack, and they would zip right in, jump up onto the bed, and, like, pass out again. Because, see, that's the thing. She won't chew cables at night as long as she's had enough food. That's the thing, right? She gets hungry. So she starts looking for things to chew on. And unfortunately, they're on a diet. So I can't just, like, leave food out overnight in case they get hungry. and they don't like colors, or rather, was it? They know how to pop colors off, so I can't do, like, you know, the automated feeder with, like, the chip or whatever, where, like, the cat approaches and it will dump out food. So my option is give them some food before I go to bed and hope that's enough. Art slept a little. Hey, now. Everyone's allowed to do their own thing, but yeah. It is technically better if you do fall asleep. If you fall asleep and you have a nap, as long as it's not before like 7 p.m., you're not gonna mess up with your sleep schedule. So rather than force yourself to stay awake the whole time, it is technically better if you just fall asleep at some point. Whatever VTuber whose debut is today that you wanted to catch, there will be VODs. Amadis, hello! I mean, no one can be worse than Zexu when it comes to sleep deprivation. It was at 11? Okay. Now we get a hammer and we put Art to bed. It's fine. It's fine, Ranger. Like we said, this is a D&D visual novel stream. If anyone's even the littlest bit eepy, they will fall asleep from my reading. Because that's the power I hold. If I knew, at some point, I had an idea for lore about, like, stuff to do with dreams and sleep, and I didn't follow through with it. I'm like, damn. Maybe I should have. You gotta go? Okay, Septune. Nice seeing ya. Thank you, thank you. Because I will be busy. Just don't fall down the stairs. Just don't fall down the stairs or something. Look, you guys are like, I swear, I had an acquaintance who could not walk and talk on the phone at the same time. Or just in general, could not walk and talk, or he would fall downstairs. Like, you'd be having a conversation with him, and as soon as you come to a staircase, he just goes dead silent until he gets to the bottom. People are clumsy mother effers. You know, like, it's an interesting evolutionary thing that humans have learned to walk on the two legs. But it's also rather stupid when you remember how it works. Because it's like, when we walk, we're in a perpetual state of falling and stopping ourselves. Like, that's literally how it works. And that's why, like, you know, as you get older, you're more likely to have falls and stuff. Wait, that's true? Yep. You put one foot forward, and technically you're losing your balance. But in a perfect world, your other foot comes down and rebalances you before you actually fall. And then you just keep doing that. And it's done at a fast pace, right? But you get older and you get slow. Your center of balance is off. You're not as fast as you used to be, and so you fall. Never thought of it that way? Yeah, there was some YouTube video or something I saw that mentioned that, and I'm like, oh! You know, that makes sense. Not... I just watch a lot of educational content, okay? I have a lot of fun facts, random facts. You put me in front of a blackboard with like a math word problem, my brain would explode. I have a lot of miscellaneous stuff in here I'm not good at. Fun, Hermana. No, sorry, that's the wrong accent. I know I said that wrong. The accent wasn't right. My brain is not prepared for other languages today. That's okay. That was actually decently close. Fair enough, yeah. Yes, it's older sister. I took 2 years of Spanish in high school, but since I'm, you know, ancient, that was a long time ago. That's how I know, like, I was close to getting it right, but the accent was a little off. Yeah, I'm not great at Spanish anymore. It's one of those things where if I hear it, I can get the gist of it between like the couple years that I learned it and any similarities there are to French. I can usually, you know, like piece together what the sentence or the conversation is. Responding is another matter. Sometimes you just like instinctively know, but if you try and consciously pick out the vocabulary word, you're like, not happening. Say something small in French. Chaque fois quelqu'un me demande de parler en français, je jamais sais qu'est-ce que je veux dire. Donc, j'utilise cette phrase chaque fois. Fois. I said small? Well, what do you define as small? Omelette du fromage? Bonne nuit. Au revoir. Melt? Not even gonna attempt to translate that. Alright, so the first sentence was, every time someone asks me to say something in French, I never know what to say, so I say this phrase every time. And then everything after that was, like, hello, goodbye, good night, meld is shit. Like, you know, like the swear word. Still got a ways to go? Yeah, it's okay. You're in the US. Spanish is more useful than French anyway. Even without, like, factoring in your ethnicity or anything, Spanish would be more useful for you. One day you will speak French to me. Fair enough! the few times I pop off in French, I always think of Freed, who, like, sometimes lurks, sometimes catches a VOD, and then they're like, he's speaking French all of a sudden. And I'm always like, I'm sorry, my accent's really rough. I had to do, what is it? Speech pathology? Like speech therapy? When I was young. I had to do it for English and French, and let me tell you, doing that at a young age while you're learning 2 languages, that really scrambles the brain. Because it's like, in one language, they're trying to correct how you say a sound this way. In the other language, they want you to do it another way. I'm like, God damn it. The brain ain't braining, the brain ain't braining, no. Like, L-E-S is le. Le tomate, like the tomatoes. But because of my speech problems, I would say like les or des. Because, you know, English S sound, right? And the teachers were like, whatever. Some of the other students in my class would get real annoyed by it, and I'm like, why? It's not hurting you. Chill out, girl. Alrighty. Let's get the game sound going. More UMINEKO. We paused last time, sort of in the middle of a scene. Just because it was time to wrap up. It was like my hard stop time. Because when I stream, I'm like, this is the absolute latest I can go before either I'm not able to sleep on time or I'm late for whatever I have going on after. And then there was like the usual time I stop where if, like, you know, hey, we got to a good stopping point between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. Let's stop here. So since I assumed this was going to be a long scene, I stopped here. Now where is my audio? There we go. There might not be much right now. Oh, there we go. But yeah, so we're in the midst of finding out about Beatrice's backstory, supposedly. We'll find out. She was making the claim that Kinzo fell in love with her, so he stuck her soul in like a homunculus. Which, I mean, most anime fans these days have seen FMA, or maybe not. It used to be everyone watched FMA, now it's hit or miss. But homunculus is, you know, a fake human. Traditionally made out of like clay and stuff like that. In anime, it can be all kinds of stuff. So that is where we are now. Also, Rosa saying apparently she killed Beatrice when she was younger. I guess we'll find out. Alrighty. So yeah. Battler pissed off Beatrice because he kept saying her backstory is made up and dumb and annoying. And then as soon as she leaves, he's like, well, that was weird anyway. Surf it, dude. You tell me the story instead. Battler. This family are women's worst enemies, truly. Alrighty. She said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that. It's that thing, right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something? Yes. Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. Yeah, now that's us. However, because she was a baby, any professions of love on Kinzo's part would have been quite useless, also quite disturbing. You aren't saying that grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden mansion until it grew to reach the same age she'd been? Correct. That is what I am saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Milady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl. And you're saying that that's the Bieto sitting in the garden chair? Yes, that is correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it did not possess her power as a witch. Milady was completely human. Bieto, who was sitting in the garden chair, looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in there. Oh, wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept it. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed, so she finally chose her own death. And then... no, maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. Grandfather raised this child with care, but maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. Oh, dear frickin' God. I see where this is going. Incest warning. Grandpa's in love with his kid. Ew. Ew. Oh, someone get the spray bottle. And don't put water in it. Put like 90% rubbing alcohol. We need to spray that shit in his eyes. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. That might be some bullshit Bieto cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuwadori-an, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot? A hidden mansion called Kuwadori-an does exist in the forest of Rokenjima. That is the place we were just talking about. Huh? Red? Ronov used the red to say that Kuwadori-an actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Bieto used? I may not look it, but I am a demon. Please keep this a secret from Milady, yes? Sure! Bieto, who I knew would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Romanov could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it. So that be it, relaxing in the garden of Kuaidoraian and that conversation she had with grandfather were the truth? Yes. It is the truth. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place. Yay. Thanks a lot for, clarifying that. I'll ask for some more red. You said she was born from a homunculus. But does that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exist? I mean, possibly. I am unable to answer that question. After all, doing so would cause a stalemate. Stalemate? What does that mean? It's a chess term, referring to a state in which similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in a game becomes impossible. This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves, because all moves would disappear, and it would bring about a kind of deadlock. In chess, that would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would. When I started playing this game, I did not expect to learn any of the rules of chess in the process, or I guess, indirectly. Therefore, I am unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate. You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff. But, simply put, you're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say something magical like homunculus exists, right? If I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Battler-sama? Got him there. Whether or not I believe, that is what our whole fight is about, right? I was told that point blank, it'd be game over. If I said a witch existed in red, you would have no room for argument. However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Battler-sama, you probably wouldn't accept it. However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument, and would not have been shown any proof. In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument, and it would become a deadlock. Even though a checkmate would not have been reached, there would be no existing moves left. Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn. And the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. that would be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red. So to say it quickly, you're saying point blank questions are prohibited. Well, that's true, I guess. If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start. I am pleased you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form. Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it? About the number of people on this island. If Milady held back on repeating, then of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I am unable to be too forward. Romanov made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless. Just when I thought you might actually be useful. Damn, roasted, dead. Done. I'll give up on that and search for a different question. That's right. I was forgetting to check something important. This is a story about Beato's memories, right? When did it happen? And could it be happening right now, right? Correct. This is the world of 1967. The world of 19 years previous. I'm trying to remember if Mama Amelis was even alive then. Because I know she was born in the 60s, but I can't remember her exact year. Let's try rearranging this story again. I wonder if it could be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, and probably committed suicide. And then her soul was put in a homunculus and... No, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Oh, meant like a daughter that survived her. Okay, the way, for some reason, I read that and I thought it was like, oh yeah, she died and then had a daughter. And I'm like, huh? The brain did not brain that one. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body. and might have thought the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice. That means at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. I'm starting to get confused. Freaking Battler. It's not that hard. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. The only thing we can say for sure in red is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. That is correct. In 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, Beatrice Sama existed as a human. Oh, thank you. That really helps. You're welcome. Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person. Jambola! Hello! Welcome in. A 19th person for you to blame, just as you have longed for. A sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime. How amusing that it happens to be Milady. Ronov laughed indiscreetly. Somehow, I did like how he put that, so I did feel like laughing along with him. That's right. There's that thing Aunt Rosa said. Beatrice is dead? I killed her? What did that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Romanov pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw golden butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Bieto? I quickly realized that it was someone else. It was her. That oldest sister of the 7 stakes who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I don't consider myself lucky to see her, I won't be able to keep up with this torture game. Ronov-sama, so you're still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama. My. What kind of urgent business could it be? It seems my chat with Battler-sama has run a tad long. Well then, Battler-sama, if you will excuse me, please focus, Battler, right? Like, don't be like this. Please continue to enjoy your game with Milady. Yeah. I'll enjoy it as best I can. It's moments like this where Battler is being like Mr. Sexual Harassment that it really sinks in how much people say he's just like his grandfather. I'll enjoy it as best I can, because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you as opposed to her. And you're more gracious with the red, too. Come and talk again anytime soon. Battler-sama. Despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture. It kind of reminds you of Kaname Date. Okay, but... And this is a wild thing. Date is actually more respectful to women than this. Like, he's lewd and he's horny, but he very rarely actually says any of his inner thoughts to their face. We as the audience are privy to it. But, like, he doesn't actually say it out loud. Date keeps it jokingly and inside. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, yeah, we know he's got his dirty streak and it's not really great. But objectively speaking, since he doesn't say it out loud, he is technically better than the people who does. And I mean, I guess well, no. Battler has actually said this stuff to the Sisters of the Seven Stakes. And he's, like, said Beatrice or someone else has, like, cow tits and stuff like that. So yeah, he's not great. Date has his moments, but at the same time, he's single dad raising a daughter, and he does an okay job of it. Battler-sama, despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture. I can do nothing that Milady does not desire. What I have said and read was something that normally should have come from Milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in Milady's place as she sulked. Huh, so she really was sulking then? Rude. Seeing me and Romanov incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak Nei-chan cocked her head curiously. Romanov-sama, we are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting. Let us hurry. Yes, I shall go immediately. Well, Battler-sama, I will see you later. It appears that we have finally started getting along. As I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends. Yay, good friends and sexual harassers. What is she wearing? It's technically a leotard, but they put frills in a really nonsensical place for some goddamn reason. Ronov-sama? Yes. If you will excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me. Or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the snake Nei-chan let out a thunderous cry, Ronov laughed frivolously and disappeared as if running away. Why am I, the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this? Even though Bieto-sama could have told one of the younger sisters who look like they've got nothing better to do. Sheesh. Why so grumpy, Nei-chan? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why don't I give you the last one? How thoughtful. Then shall I take one? I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her. Thank you. Who could have seen this coming? As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on. Her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. It happened in an instant. So for a while, I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the base of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and my fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble. By now, all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down. Whoa! Nathan, isn't it about time you cut your nails? It's Lucifer. That is my glorious name. The honored furniture who serves Beatrice Summer and the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory. I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters. If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it. And why would I regret it exactly? Can't really think of a reason. You die. Stupid kid. Do you really want to play with me that much? Was it that unforgettable? I'll thrust my stake deep, deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay? Damn it. Someday I'll have you down on the floor. Whoa! Now that is sexual harassment. Oh, really? Wow, I can't wait. And now he did. Serves you right, you dumbass. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The man wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kyrie intervened. If something like that had really happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. How old was I then, I wonder? Middle school, probably. Though I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that age. Which means maybe about 20 years ago? So Rosa is in her mid-30s then. Because you're about 13, 14 in middle school. Back then, my grades weren't very good, and Mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to Mother's expectations at all. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at the time. You say that even though you were always talking behind her back. Would you give it a rest, Ava? And then? Where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa-san? Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa-san. Tell us at your own pace. Thank you. It was a day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret. Apparently, they told Mother all about how I had complained. Oh. Now that's just nasty. Child tells you something in confidence and you tell their parents, especially when it's not, like, something that would endanger their life. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushinomiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could. But I had none of Klaus Nisan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nisan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolf Nisan. I never stood out. Didn't particularly excel at anything. And I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ushinomiya family. I began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all. No! No, that's sad. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokinjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a sort of passive suicide. I wanted to disappear. Or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childishly thought that if I went into the center of the forest, escaped from the Ushinomiya house, and maybe became lost, then I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. And then you went into the forest that you were told never to enter. Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason. But I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place there no one knew about. Which might become a hidden house just for me. If you go around by the beach, that'd be impossible. It becomes a cliff part way, right? There's no way you could pass that way. Of course. So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be much further away from the Ushinomiya family. How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. Ava, shut up! This is why no one likes you, Ava. You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Quit it. This is no time for sarcasm. So you managed to end up there by coincidence? At Beatrice's hidden mansion. Rosa has a fashion company. I can see that. Making a clothing brand is a rough business. She might have had an easier time if she did some kind of fashion magazine instead, but or like made cosmetics. But yeah, Rosa nodded weakly. About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Natsuki-san, do you have a map of this island? No, there isn't one here now. It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. I mean, it's been 20 years. It would be quite hard. And 20 years have passed since then, yup. I probably couldn't reach it again, even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph. Or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there. On Rokenjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it'd probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island. But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or asked the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time, we could probably find some way to search for it. That's right. At least we have more options now, as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed. Indeed. It may be worth investigating right away. The siblings will do that investigation together. We won't leave you on your own, Nissan. Was it yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion? But the sparks seem to have started flying between Kraus and Ava already. Oh my god. Give it a break, guys. Yeah, give it a rest for now, you two. Rosa? Please continue. Yes. Hello? Did the game freeze? Oh, never mind. It was just taking its sweet time. I have an idea. Let's train dogs to sniff out gold and let them loose. You know, that would actually probably work, Aki. Hello! Welcome in. Good to see ya. Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked. So at that time, I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly right before my eyes, a very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest. But this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. I had been told that she was frightening. But some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So, I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area, or maybe I had just had that impression because my child legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while. And I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted roots had bent the fence. I might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I might be able to sneak in. And there you found the hidden mansion. I don't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about. Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we knew of. It was as though I came into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there... Oh, whoops, I clicked too fast. And what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Little Kinjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and it was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than our own, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then, I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was the black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me then that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologize for entering without permission. Who are you? The new gardener? Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other. Because I hadn't turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes like a terrifying witch from a fairy tale. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission. Who are you? Name yourself. I am Ushiro Miya Rosa. Ushiro Miya. Ho? One of Kinzo's family? Huh? Ah, yes. I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone. And yet, she had spoken of him without using honorifics, so I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman and her dress and the flower garden and the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky she hadn't turned me into a frog. Egg. Hello, Egg. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an empty chair and urged me to sit down. Have a seat. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure. You are Egg? Hello, Egg. It's good to meet you. Of course, I have no pleasures other than that. As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for that instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden. Are you the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice? Indeed, I am Beatrice. As I thought, Beatrice actually existed. Did she really look like the portrait? Yes. Really? Just like the portrait? So she wasn't just a witch from Father's imagination. Well, what did you talk with her about? As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of questions about myself. First, she was surprised that I had come through the forest. It seemed she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. So when I told her I had come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked. She asked how I managed to escape from the wolves. Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing. Ha ha ha! That sure sounds like a witch. What an interesting person. Quiet, dear. This goes way back. But didn't Father threaten us, saying we should never go near the forest because of the wolves that lived there? Yes, he did say something of the sort. Ridiculous. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago. Truly a trick to fool children. Did he import the wolves? I don't remember, though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the Witch of the Forest, right? I don't think I've ever heard about wolves. That was when you were still in elementary school. Don't you remember? Back then, you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolves. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch. Seriously, what transparent lies they were. Ha 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 ha. At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I mean, yes, most kids would be like, I want to try petting a wolf. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? Damn. Roasted. I see. So even Rudolph's son used to be that cute. Shut up! I was just a kid! Well, at any rate, if Father's the one who shut Beatrice up in there, it makes sense that he'd use the same story about the wolves. To him, the vast forest of Rokinjima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds. The Ushiromiya family and his mistress's mansion. Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell. Just like a border dividing his two separate worlds. Wolves aside, could there have been some breed of stray dog there at that time? Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those. There aren't any wolves or stray dogs at Okinjima. The fence was probably a border between us and Beatrice. But if she innocently believed that story about the wolves, that's pretty naive. That's nothing like what I'd expect a witch to do. You're right. I sensed that too. She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch. But she was somehow very childish. She was, how should I put it? Too straightforward. She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world. It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land. She really was a strange person. what happened after that? Did you end up talking about Dad at all? Yes, once every few days, usually on a arranged day, but sometimes suddenly, Father would casually appear, and they'd drink together or else take a walk together or something. She said she just happened to be alone on the day I visited. I see. An obvious mistress, you might say. My. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for Father. What? We can be sure this was no indecent relationship. Idiot, there's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality. What happened next? What did you talk about after that? I'd already introduced myself, so I asked about her. When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing. How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely. It was the same expression I saw in her face in the beginning. Well, she was his hidden mistress after all. If she just walked around wherever she liked, Mom might have found her. I'll bet she was practically under house arrest. Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. I'll bet she had it rough. And then? She was definitely worried about something. I remember feeling really sad myself when I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her. She seemed to forget I was even there. She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long time. I thought I might have said something wrong, but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize. So I remained silent too, for a long time, until she remembered I was there. And then she muttered unexpectedly. Are there really no wolves beyond the fence? Huh? Yes, that's right. I've never seen wolves, not even in a zoo. What is a zoo? It's a place where they keep all kinds of animals. They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas. That face. So, there aren't any wolves in a zoo? Then, it might not be so scary. Even if there were wolves, all the animals are put in cages, so it's safe. That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time. How am I any different? Huh? She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her, who had never visited one, to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. The little tooth too, yeah. She's very different from the Beetle we know. Following the theory that Battler was talking about, this Beetle would be the daughter of the original, if his theory is correct. That the whole, like, she got rid of her physical form to escape Kinzo, and then he trapped her soul in a homunculus that was, like, actually a baby and all that stuff. She couldn't see the difference, apparently. Even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence. and seemed to lack for nothing. She couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. There was definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seems she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that she might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner, without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Nason that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this. Time to give her a PC and introduce her to MySpace? Not in 1967. In 1967, they didn't even have separate phone lines in houses. They would have barely had like television was definitely a thing. Probably not cable television, and there was probably only maybe 3 TV channels. So if she didn't even have a TV, all she would have for entertainment are books at that. Books and maybe music. MySpace just feels that old to the youngins. I never even had a MySpace. The only reason I ever got a Facebook is I was tired of everyone acting like I just admitted to eating, like eating worms or like kicking dogs or whatever when I said I don't use Facebook. That was the only reason I ever got one. As soon as Facebook like started falling out of popularity, I was like, thank God, and I never logged in. Bebo? That I don't know. I'm a rare millennial. I never got into taking selfies. I never really got into social media. I never got into Facebook. Like, any of that stuff. Like, I prefer to be, like, anonymous on the internet and stuff like that. So everyone switching to using their real identities for stuff was always very weird to me. Long ago, when I told Nason that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, he said this. It's like Facebook, but I've never heard anyone talk about it. Ah. Yeah, no, I didn't have AOL either. My first messenger app was MSN because it came default on Windows back in the day. But even then, I didn't start using that until like high school. Good old MSN. A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside. But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her. Do you want to try going outside the fence? There really aren't any wolves? There aren't. you'll definitely be safe. I want to leave. But the gate is always closed. There's the place I came in through. It's got a crack you can slip through. If we go through there, will there be a world outside? Yeah. There really aren't any wolves? Right, there aren't any. Her expressions are very different. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for. I've had enough of this place. I want to go outside, and I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and why I was born. I didn't know what her life had been like before then. Only person she had contact with is what, Kinzo? Yeah, Kinzo and any servant that would serve her basically and look after her needs. But I'm sure they weren't allowed to bond with her because then they might have actually tried to help her. Because especially when she was a baby, someone would have had to have looked after her, like, around the clock. I don't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you'll need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. She was struggling to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she had made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly. I want to see. See what? I want to see a zoo. I was a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a farsightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle I couldn't imagine that it had come from that one stark face. When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't even know about this thing called school, nor do I know about zoos. I don't know about movie theaters. I don't know about amusement parks. And I feel from the bottom of my heart that I want to know about these things. Will you take me to see them? Huh? Yes. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But she seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. No. Maybe it's better to say that she never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant, and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her modest wish. I've had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So I want you to take me away from here. I don't need tea anymore. I don't need this dress. I won't meet with Kinzo again. Please take me from here. Rosa. However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though possessing a spirit had left her. I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble, and yet it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it will turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to father and not mother either. Should I talk to Oni-sama or One-sama? No, what about the reliable Genji-san? Or, that's right, what about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk to when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So I took her to the crack in the fence and led her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. But once that fear disappeared, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it, and they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? And it really was like the inside of that fence had been her entire world. So now that she traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. But now it was different. Or actually, the complete opposite. She'd left a world she'd believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss at what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course, I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve the situation. So I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, that was much more of a problem than I'd imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through this forest, for the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. At that time, I still didn't have a clue where I was on the island, but for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk on. Oh, you fool. Sand is so tough to walk on. You're technically better off with the trees. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. Oh, God. However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubts, even though she was probably older than me. She meekly obeyed, almost as though she was some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if we went down using both hands and legs like I was crawling, I thought it'd probably be okay. Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful, but if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I don't think we have to worry about being lost anymore. Indeed. And that's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. And then she died. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you looked at it from the bottom up, it probably would have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. But looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never even been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch and that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry. Please be careful. We're pretty high up. Indeed, I shall be careful. It looks like we can go to the ocean if we go down. Is there an aquarium there? No, there aren't any aquariums on this island. But there should be lots of fish in the sea. I see. So there are fish. Are there, whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about? No, you'd have to go to an aquarium for those. And you'd have to leave this island to find an aquarium. Is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're really big fish. Huh. Aren't they mammals? And they spit seawater into the air. Oh, and dolphins? They're really smart fish. Weren't they also mammals? They're really smart. They can be taught tricks and stuff. Oh ho. Then what about penguins? Weren't they birds? What's going on? We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish. There aren't just fish. It's full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean. Oh, I really am looking forward to that. Ah! She will let out what might have been a funny, rushed, and short cry. No, it was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? Yeah. I mean, let's be real. If I was right, and this was in an incestuous situation where Kinzo trapped his daughter thinking she was the reincarnation of Beatrice and he was trying to court her, this was technically a good end for her. It sucks that she died. It would have been better if she lived. But she's free of the creep now. So, she fell from the cliff, and then what? I can't believe you asked that, Rudolph. What do you think? What happened to her? Rosa. Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory. She died, didn't she? Ava's brutal words were the ones Ava had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation. Yes, she died! It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed. Her eyes were still open, and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet. I spoke to her. I shook her, but she refused to respond, not even a blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids. It was my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move, and I said we should go down the cliff. She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts. You were like 12 years old. It sucks, but it's like, she was 12 years old. When you're that age, you make dumb decisions for sure. And now we're hit with the smug Bieto again, yeah. So then the question becomes, is this Bieto the mother? Or is this Bieto like the spirit of the one that died? And she wants revenge on the family. She could have lived to see MySpace, if only she had lived like 40 more years, huh? How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Darn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone? Yes. Battler. Isn't it kind of crazy how they're looking at these events from another place? Yeah, like the metaspace thing? I was just flirting with your Nei-chan's friends. More importantly, what the heck's going on here? Well, as you can see, I missed my footing, fell down, and quote-unquote died. What the hell? Even though you showed up as the 19th person, you were already dead? I mean, they never said the 19th person had to be alive. You were just asking if there were 19 people on this island. Don't mess with me, that's impossible! Aunt Rosa was a kid and she panicked. And it's not like a doctor was there. She probably just mistakenly thought you were dead and you were probably, alive and pretending to be dead or something. Isn't that right? It can't be true. She's got to be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here? The kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too. But her eyes were still open, and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague like she must be playing dead. But no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you would probably die after landing on those rocks from that height. You would have died landing on any kind of surface from that height. Like, even if it had been a nice sandy beach, like, you know, the most perfect, beautiful beach in the world, if you fell from that height, your head still would have cracked open like an egg. Even if she had fallen in such a way she broke her legs instead, the pain and the shock probably would have led to her death eventually, especially since, you know, they're on an island and there's no ambulances or anything. But I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. The big Delulu. Then she went on to become this damn irritating witch that makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. And Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead, but she was actually alive. And as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today, and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts didn't fit together. Alright, ad break is starting, so I am gonna go get myself some more water, and then we shall continue. So hold tight, folks. Meow. Alrighty, I'm back. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Meow. Meow. Hello. I'm back again. Let us continue. I won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she's certainly dead? She has to be alive, right? It's obvious. How does that look alive to you? It's definitely dead. My theory that the 19th person was grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I had planned to strike back from a defensive position, but... Hey! Be nice, Pep. Stop causing trouble. I had planned to strike back from a defensive position, but then... Who are you? You just died, right? Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic. Don't tell. Right, I already read that. I already explained that, have I not? The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul. But that body's nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. That is how that cage of flesh was broken. Do you understand what that means? I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks. I'll listen to that in place of a snack. What the? It's empty. Hey, could I get some more black tea? What a loser. Rona, our guest would like some tea. When Beato clapped her hands, Ronov appeared. But they sure are convenient. A refill, you say? Certainly. How much shall I pour you? Well, I've got more than enough snacks. Half will be fine. Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. I turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence. Hey, wake up! Beatrice! Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. Ah. So I fell from there and died. For a while, I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. So I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds. Eventually, I felt my memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then I remembered I'd been summoned by Kinzo and that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I lost. I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I'd now finally regained myself. Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death. But I should be thanking you. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor? Or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form, then I changed it into several gold butterflies. Yes. With my magical power as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It'll probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, it'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power. As I ponder how to make Kenzo pay up for all that he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I look down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me, the figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away would probably take me more than 100, 200 days. And it might require 1,000 days or perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch. The Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Oh, Kenzo, regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. And off she goes. And then you changed into gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magic power to be restored? Is that what you're saying? That is correct. I take this form to sneer at you, but most of the time it is easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies. Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever's easiest. I don't want to look at you. I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh. Alright, I'm gonna have to give her food. She's being a menace. Give me a sec. Uno momento. Alright, there we go. Good grief. I mean, they're just like us. Some days they're hungrier than others, but oh my goodness. When I turned into butterflies and slipped away into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me. However, Kinzo was not dismayed. Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me. What a delightful guy. So he first moved to prevent me from leaving this island. And to keep me from regaining my power. My. At any rate, Kinzo's spitefulness was unimaginable. It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that. Yeah, I bet. He found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies? What, did he put a bug net around the entire forest? Indeed, a magical one. Didn't you know? On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef, upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic. Ah, that. It was gone by this year, though. It was a small shrine built long ago by a Shugenja, right? From the very beginning, Rokkentima has been an island enveloped by a distortion. It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures. Milady herself is one of them. However, how about some more tea? Please? They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake. That small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who'd heard of them. A long time passed, and that power was lost. By repairing it, Kinzo restored this island. Restored this island's barrier. And once again bound me to this island. Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you? I mean, it would make sense. They're two different sources, not necessarily compatible, you know? They do say for, like, exorcisms, you need to know, if the spirit has a religion, because, what is it? If you use, like, Christian exorcism on an Eastern spirit, it's not gonna work as well, because they don't revere the same God, right? A God you don't worship cannot put the fear of hell into you. Normally, the affinity would be poor. However, for the purpose of sealing me here, it may have been quite convenient in a way. If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge. For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken. But Eastern magic is outside of my area of expertise. It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup that I wanted to drink. In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. Even if she were given 1,000 days to regain her strength, she would have had to wait many, many more. So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you've revived, as we can all see. Those were horribly long years. I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion, and watched over him every day. I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder how I would get back at him. That period of 20 years was fortunate for me. Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each one failed. There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about. Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place. It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times. Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like, magic lies in the miracle of probability. Indeed. As Kinzo was searching for a hidden art to keep me captured again, he stumbled upon that. Then he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again. 13 people as sacrifices. That is the witch's epitaph. A song of sacrifices. 6 people on the first twilight. 2 people on the second. And then 5 more people on the 4th through 8 twilights. A forbidden ceremony involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices were to be chosen randomly, and the ones who held the ceremony, Kenzo himself, was no exception. Imagine holding a ceremony to revive your situationship, and you're not even alive. You're not even alive for it. Dumbass. Are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island were a weird ceremony? Yes, he is. He is that cuckoo. I'd had a vague idea that this might be the case. But I couldn't just hear that and say, "Oh, really?" and accept it to be true. There are 18 on Rokenjima. Grandpa keeps getting worse each episode. Oh, don't you know it? "13 has offered sacrifices, 5 are left alive. Then I revive. In other words, the odds that Kenzo will be there to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3. I mean, those aren't the worst odds, but they're not exactly great either. He bet his own life on those odds. Wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life. You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony? Yeah, he never considered y'all his family, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Daddy Dearest is, kind of delulu. Don't say stuff like that. Unfortunately, your grandfather don't love anyone but Beatrice. And himself. What a guy. It was all set out in our contract from the beginning. When Kinzo's life ended, all the gold I lent him and all of the assets he created would be given to me. Yes, Kenzo did stab me in the back quite brutally. That son of a bitch. But looking back, it was a rare and precious time during my thousands of years. After all, boredom is my natural enemy. I mean, mine too, but you really gotta go that far? To Kenzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades, yes, you could say I owe him for that. I decided to go along with Kinzo's game. So to start, Kinzo returns the Ushinomiya family head's ring to me. It was my gold that revived the family, after all. Then 13 people are chosen at random. When that happens, you all run about showing me all kinds of human interactions, and as you try to oppose me and entertain me greatly. Yes, I truly have taken a liking to this game of Kinzo's. He's crazy, man. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair reaction. I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story. Then who are you? You fell from a cliff and died, right? Allegedly. Your soul slipped out, became butterflies, and went to the forest. That isn't possible. But you're here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person? That is true. I am the 19th person. But it's useless, right? All useless. There are no more than 18 humans on this Rokenjimba. What? What did you say? Rip. So you're saying that the X in the 18 plus X doesn't exist? It's 18 plus 0. Technically that exists. Are you saying the piece I took, the X, doesn't exist? That is what it means. Well, this is unfortunate, ain't it? My condolences. Rest in peace, 19th person theory. Yeah. It was a good attempt. But unfortunately, you have to face the facts, Battler. Your relatives kind of suck. So one of them is behind this. And I thought you'd let him flounder about before spinning everything around at the end. Well then, Battler-sama, would some more tea be agreeable? Yeah, so I could throw it in your face. I don't need it, damn it! Don't believe it! The culprit can't be one of the 18. you? And why are you here? If the 19th person doesn't exist, then are you saying you're one of the 18 in disguise? Now there's a theory. Perhaps you are a castling. Though, reluctantly, you are doubting one of the 18 people as your last way out. However, it will be difficult for me from here on out. If you choose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely amid 18 people. Making you reach checkmate by evading those 18 pieces will be truly difficult. What could possibly go wrong? As if I do that, I won't suspect any of the 18. I don't want to suspect people. Have I really been cornered again? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It looks like we're finally approaching the end in the third round of this game of ours. You've nowhere to run anymore, right? You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people in the 18, do you? Were you trying to hide that from me? Then why do you refuse me? They say you should play the opening like a book, the middle game like a magician, and the end game like a machine. I'll corner you from here on out. Slowly, carefully, surely. Or, on the other hand, would it be better if I pressed you all at once, which might suit your style more? Yes, that should fit you well. Let's do that. I'm now fully aware of the kinds of attacks you're weakest against. Well, that sucks. Meanwhile, when things were happy, happy, fun time. These two clowns in the corner. Boom, boom, boom. We've got some strong ambience happening here. Da. 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 If we're flashing over everyone, that means someone's about to croak. Nice eyes, Kinzo. You don't look like a man possessed at all. Hello, man. Ooh, there we go. Achievement 0-100. Now we can begin. Uh-oh. Well, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's gonna be the potatoes this time? Well then. How will this game be resolved? You may submit or you may resist. Either way, it will truly be an entertaining banquet, worth befitting my short remaining life on. Worth betting my short remaining life on. In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Kinzo kept mumbling and laughing to himself. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the two overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0 and had begun to count back again. Measuring time is a brutal thing. It drags itself all the way to 24 over the course of the day, and then returns back to 0. It certainly did count to 23:59. However, is it ever able to reach 2400? If you conclude that it returns to 0 again without reaching 24, how futile it must all be. But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you return to 0. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24. But he most certainly did not. In the end, he's a 0. I am different. I will live and reach 24. That itself is the Golden Land. For that is where Beatrice dwells. Kinzo had been fumbling around with some tarot cards for some time. It looks as though he was trying to divine his own luck with the contest, doing it over every time he did like the results. Yeah, that's not how you're supposed to do tarot, buddy. At that point, you're not asking magic for the answer. You're just trying to get probability to work in your favor. That ain't how you're supposed to do tarot, buddy. You're not supposed to keep asking the same question, especially not right one after the other. Flipping the coin until you get the choice you want, pretty much. Like, I'm sorry, Kinzo, if you keep getting the tower, you're stuck with the tower, buddy. And even then, that's the thing with tarot, right? It's all open to interpretation. Like, everyone hates getting the tower because they always associate it with catastrophe. But if I remember correctly, the tower just means drastic change. But not all big change is bad, you know? It's like, yeah, you lost your job, but then you got a way better offer or something like that. Or like you suddenly had to move house, but like then you find out that that place has bed bugs or something like that, and so you dodge the bullet. Like, yep, there we go. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so ridicules the results of fortune telling, and also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. That's why you're supposed to just ask one question, one specific question, and whatever answer you get is the answer you get. If you're afraid you're gonna get an answer you don't want, don't ask the cards. However, Kinzo knew tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because, since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot card's results. However, that didn't mean that Kinzo didn't take tarot reading seriously, sir. It can't be both. Bro knows he's abusing the system to try and get the answer he wants. Because he wants someone to tell him he's right, basically. Man. This guy is the worst kind of magic person. Magic's an art, not a science. You can just do it by the numbers. But what's the point in that? Where's the fun in that? People are scared of the unknown, but also they crave change and the unknown. So, you know, Kinzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over, without giving up in the slightest until he reached the result most favorable to him. The mark he would set for this most favorable result would vary, but when he demanded the most favorable result in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he sought an arithmetic miracle. However, Kinzo used miracles of numbers as the basis of his magical power, so this functioned perfectly well as a magical ritual. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over, with conviction, turning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens, they would be supplemented into results. This was Kinzo's personal magical interpretation. Therefore, even though Kinzo's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different. This guy's a frickin' scam. Tonight will not go as I thought. Kinzo stopped his hands for a second. seemed not to be getting the results he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly and continued to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for. Is that how it is? Kinzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal. But, judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his deck, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver, and dialed. It is I. Is Genji there? An urgent matter has come up. In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. And was it as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally? And she had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. If I'd at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that at least have shown him I was taking this seriously? Now that she'd already received the ring from George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this. I should have done that. Y'all are overthinking it. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her. Genji-sama? And Kanon-kun, too. I'm sorry, I have to go back soon. Hilariously, a fire truck just blasted past my window. Ah, yes, hello, we have an emergency. Dead body over here. She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lover's meeting with George. Shannon? The master told us to come to the study, saying it was urgent. Let us hurry. Huh? Yes, certainly. What in the world? He said he had a premonition of misfortune. How convenient for him, considering he's the one who started this ceremony. We will enter from the back, so that Goda doesn't notice us. Hide your footsteps. Yes, Nei-san, take care. You're so noisy. Kanon was especially good at hiding his footsteps. Just like a cat, he was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave in the same way. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind. Or rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family. These servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps, but compared to Kanon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous. Eventually, they reached the back door, and the three of them entered the mansion. Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from a sense of smell, and it seemed to hit the depths of their noses. This hard to describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive something, allowed them to perceive that something was different from usual. Genji-sama. Indeed, let us hurry. That sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzo's study, while still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison peculiar to Kinzo's study reached their ears. What? Is it Genji-sama? Nothing good, apparently. The barrier is dead. Huh? Ah. After hearing Kanon's words, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob. A powerful ward against magic. The final barrier which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred. Master? Master! It is Genji! Please open the door! Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study. Shannon, guard our backs. Kanan, search inside the room. Yes! Kanan put his ear against the door, searching for our presence inside the study. To protect their backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected. The master must be in here, but it's too quiet. Do you mean to say he's safe? No, it's too quiet. Could it possibly be? Master? Excuse us about the door. Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed, other than the one Kinzo held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, the door might as well have been left open from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. The heavy sound just now meant the door had now been opened even for humans. Excuse me. As Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Kanon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled, they entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa so that his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him, and again bowed deeply. Kanon also noticed that person, but he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was. Saw your plushie purchase of the giant Kirby for $200. Quick help? Help what? Help you hide? Hide the Kirby plushie? Yes, you can send it to me. Or do you mean she's going to take it from you? In which case, there's not much I can do. Rest in peace. She wants to know who the hell said yes? It wasn't me, that's for sure. Did you talk to Toko about it? Isn't it Toko's fault? Beatrice! Or sorry, not Beatrice. Bella, my dear. Ranger's a grown adult. He can make terrible decisions if he wants to. He makes good money. Hey, it was justified. I'm sure it was. I mean, I had also looked at getting that that exact Kirby plushie in the past. But I cannot justify it because I only make a fraction of what you do, apparently. Genji, is it? You came very quickly. Yes, it is always best when the furniture answers their master's call quickly. Unlike this person. Who's this person? So Ronov-sama has come as well. Damn. Roasted. Genji directed his greeting towards the thin darkness behind and to the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Kanon and Shannon would have never imagined that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight. As usual, you don't disappoint. It has been quite some time. Still, you've grown old, haven't you? She said she can hold it for me when I get it. So basically, it's gonna be hers. Rip. Still, you've grown old, haven't you? How have so many years passed you by? Thank you for the care package, Ranger. My days have been full and satisfying, not on your watch. Good luck. That's your Kirby plushie. You are correct. Technically. Yes, thank you. And Shannon, it has been a long time since I last saw you as well. You have grown quite beautiful. And it seems you have grown quite strong. That is fortunate. Thank you very much. Nason, who in the world? To be honest, neither of us can. Yeah, he's a big lad. This will be our first time meeting, Kanon-kun. I, Ronov, have been entrusted with the position of Beatrice's head furniture. I am an old friend of Genji's. I don't know about that. And I am also furniture, just like you. Although the master I serve is different. The tense color didn't disappear from Kanon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master furniture served, they might be kind or brutal or anything else. If this person claimed to be the furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well. It seems I'm thoroughly despised. Gosh, I wonder why. It's as though you hate everything that has to do with me, Diana. Heads or tails? Tails. Beatrice openly sneered at Kanon's hate-filled face. It's always head? You don't know it. I must now get Bella a Kerbo as well. You're welcome, Bella. I'm sorry, Ranger. I like how Jambola's like, it's always heads. And then I called it. She's so happy. I'm so sorry, Ranger. For there to be a winner, there must be a loser, something, something, something. Then Kanon finally realized Beatrice and Kinzo were having a chess game across the reception table. But Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight, as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish? Master? It's fine, as long as she's happy with it. Plus, you did get the side of the coin right, and a deal's a deal. Yep. I tend to have good intuition for these, and I mean, it's a game of odds, but I generally have good intuition for picking the winning thing. Like, the little Dee Dee looking plushie, or sorry, not plushie, doll that I posted in the Discord, those were blind boxes. And, like, they're nice enough that it's like, oh, if, like, you like the one in the display more than the one you get, you can trade it. But it's like there were 12 of them. And, like, I, like, sat in front of them, like, waved my hand, like, over them. And I'm like, it's one of these two. So I bought one, Iduna bought the other. And I got it. Well, another 200 DD bucks gone. Womp, womp, womp. But it's 200 DD bucks for peace of mind. Now you never have to worry about Bella taking your this particular Kirby plush. Though that makes it sound like you're paying You're paying money to like the Yakuza or something to not break into your house or something. I have told Kinzo 2 things. They were good news and bad news. Makes sense. Good news and bad news. The good news is he'll have good fortune of being reunited with me before the ceremony ends. They look so much better in my room. Oh my god. That is full on Princess C. Brad energy. I love to see it. I can understand that would be infuriating for you. The bad news is that Kinzo has been selected as the very first sacrifice in the ceremony. Good for him. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it. Because it truly was decided by that fickle roulette. Liar! We know you're just a murderer who kills for fun. Stop it, Kanon-kun. So, Kinzo. Isn't it about time you decided to accept your loss? With this, our long contest is at its end, yes? At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already. It is unavoidable. Perhaps even this could be amusing. Well, he takes it in stride. Good for him, I suppose. It is to me too, resolving my contest with you may bring a flood of emotions, but it is already surpassed love and hate. It was fun. It was fun! These past few decades certainly weren't boring. Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move. And that decided it. Checkmate. This is my final tribute to you. Without any reservations, sleep. Kinzo sadly stood up and laughed like an opera singer facing a full crowd, spreading his arms. Great, he's lost it. As though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. That laugh spat Crimson. Whoa! Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose all at once. And all at once, his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Kinzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him. Those flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magical tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end, in accordance with those terms. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though he'd been completely burned up. And afterwards, nothing remained but a festering, burnt corpse that one could hardly bear to look at. Oh no, how sad. Horrible. You should talk, as if you didn't think that was a fitting way for him to die. Why have you shown yourself? Do you have some business with us? Stop it, Kanan-kun. You mustn't provoke Beatrice-sama. It would seem you have absolutely terrified them. I imagine I'll never get along with Kanan. Hey, it's not as though I dislike you particularly. Beatrice grinned. Kanan violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made him laugh. Or it made them laugh, sorry. Kanan? You stand in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Carefully consider your manner of speech. Oh, I care not, Genji. Let him say what he pleases. I am gracious. How are you gracious? I am always gracious to those who are about to die. No! Kanan was taken aback by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. The first twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough, and they just casually walked in here. Fear not, Kanan. It isn't as though you'll be selected as sacrifices just because you came here. After all, you were called here because you'd been selected already. That was a great line, right? What? Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6 in this mansion? The number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here. Is that what you desire? Indeed. Thank me, furniture. Tonight, your days of suffering will finally end. You ought to thank me for coming here to tell you this. Certainly, if that is your desire. Genji-sama! Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor without raising an eyebrow. Now that the master is dead, Beatrice-sama is our master. Responding to her demands shall be our final duty. Shannon, Kanon, you have done well serving until today. That hard work is now over. I feel bad for Shannon. She just accepted an engagement. As I expected of you, Genji. As your fellow furniture, I'm proud to have known you. Shannon, do you have any objections? No. I heard that George-sama gave you a ring. Do you still say that you have no regrets? Yes. That blessing was more than furniture deserves. Just receiving the ring has already satisfied my feelings. Shannon couldn't take quite as much of a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath and a blank expression rose to her face. Very well. It does surprise me a tad to find that you've gained such composure, Shannon. It seems you too have taken a philosophical view as furniture. Won't you at least shed some bitter tears for not being able to spend a night with the man you love? What a boring woman. This feeling cannot be understood by the likes of you, Beatrice-sama. If you desire our lives, please accept them. We will solemnly carry out that duty. Very well. Excellently put. Just the type of person Beatrice-sama can't handle. She's been taking such a far-sighted view of things lately. I must have tormented her too much last time. Speaking of which, didn't I do the same thing to Battler? Am I still soft? Or is it the way I corner them lacking? In any case, she's just no fun. However, it seems you will still entertain me, right? Kanon? Kanon-kun? Compared to the two had taken a far-sighted approach. There was a painful anguish on Kanon's face. Kanon was still far too young to accept his demise after being told of it by a subtly appearing witch. Kanon, I hate boredom more than anything. And the fact that the other two have obediently accepted their deaths isn't amusing at all. So I hope you don't betray my expectations. Are you trying to make me your plaything? Kanon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't had a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he'd struggle in vain and writhe around. And she was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. Was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist, like the other two, the only way he could strike back at her? Eldest of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer, arise. Lucifer of Pride, right here. Kanon, it would be far too cruel to force furniture to fight a witch. No matter how much anger spurs you on, you would have no hope in a battle without a chance of success. Of course, such a battle would be boring for me as well. So, let it be furniture against furniture. Why not resolve it with a battle between you two? That should be enough to allow you some hope for victory, right? Forgive me, Beatrice-sama. But how could I be inferior to this good-for-nothing furniture? As if this cutie would have any chance against me. Prove that you can defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory. If you manage to win through, let us see. I will let you select the 5 who will escape becoming one of the 13 sacrifices. I will welcome the 5 you recommend into the Golden Land without any conditions. How about that? Kanon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Kanon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch was trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remain alive so that he could be invited to the Golden Land and have his wish granted by Beatrice there. You cried, saying you've had enough of being furniture, right? I shall grant your desire. I shall give you that human body you wanted so much you cried yourself to sleep. What do you say? That way you and Jessica could be together, yes? Oh, just perfect. You may recommend that Jessica and yourself be invited to the Golden Land. If you alone finding happiness isn't a satisfying solution for you, then you can add in Shannon and George, the one she loves. If you're worried about duty, then you can also add Genji. Huh, that's 5 people. Is that enough, Kanon? With this much of a reward? You won't let me get bored, will you? She's just playing with you. There is no need to listen to her. I don't like it. Are you okay with this, Nason? Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words. I don't like it. I want to be happy. I've had enough of being furniture. I want to become human and have normal love. I want to know that the ocean is blue like you. Oh, how young. I'm jealous. That's why I like the young ones. Genji, Shannon, stay back. Kanon, Lucifer, forward. As you command. I don't like it. The way you look down on me. But... Oh, sorry. That way you look down on me, as if Beatrice-sama would be impossible, but with me at least you have a chance. I really don't like it. That was probably humiliating for Lucifer. But at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable prey all to herself. Come, furniture of the witch. Don't think that you can look down on me forever. Here they go. Shing, 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 shing. Shing, 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 shing. There we go. Oof. This is like a rave light show. So, Battler, isn't this a fun show? Fire, fire, tiger, 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 wiper, wiper. Damn it. Another weird thing's happening. Like I'd ever believe in a magic battle. All I mean, something's going on with those lights. Look, look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look, look, look. It's magic. It's furniture. No matter how much you try to deny me and magic. Look, look, look. Millennium Idol battles going on. Oh God, you're not wrong. It'd be if you've got all of this happening right in front of you, it'd be a waste to miss it, don't you think? Look, look, just stop thinking. Magic exists. This is fantasy. Don't close your eyes. Look closely. Look, look, look. Ah, damn it. I won't accept witches. I can't accept magic. But if it's being done right in front of the open like this, what am I supposed to say? Damn it. Come now, don't turn away. Look closely. Magic exists. This is fantasy, so stop playing detective. I know your secret. You actually don't really like to think things through, right? Then just stop. Stop. Look, it's gotta be fantasy. Fantasy. Shut up! Don't talk to me! This guy's getting stubborn. Won't you apologize and crawl on the ground right now for being so conceited that you thought you could beat me? If you did, I wouldn't mind forgiving you, okay? Then you wouldn't have to have your skin ripped off while you're still alive. Or get lashed all over your body as you squirm until you die. You're a cutie, so apologize. If you do, I'll finish you off so gently while it still feels great. Be silent, witch of the furniture of the witch. I have no intention of speaking with you. So you're saying you think nothing of me? That disrespectful gaze of yours is really ticking me off! Isn't he stronger than he was against Satan? That is why humans are so frightening. In fact, sometimes they even become witches and treat demons as butlers. So which should I cheer on? Are you saying this guy's on par with me? Don't look down on me. As long as you have that pride, you'll never defeat me. You speak of Lucifer, the eldest of the 7 sisters of purgatory, and say that I cannot win? How conceited! Shing, 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 shing! Shing, 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 shing! Shing! What? Kanan was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human. But Lucifer did feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans, the power of the heart. That's as far as you go. You cannot win against me. That glowing red curve extended straight out from Kanon's arm, pointing at Lucifer's throat just beneath the tip of her chin. What is this? How could I? There must be some mistake. As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the truth right before her eyes. But no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the fact that change the facts right in front of her. Oh, well done, Kanon. Wonderful, you haven't bored me. How pitiful my furniture is compared to that. Lucifer, you're boring, milady. Was this opponent really too much for you to handle? I'm disappointed, eldest of the 7 stakes. Would have seemed like mere rebuke to an outsider. However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that, and understood what had been left unsaid. Ah, you good-for-nothing furniture! She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. This form was a demon stake, which bounced off the walls surrounding the room. How could you shame me so much? Kill! 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 You blockhead! Even though you can't follow my I won't play around anymore. I'm seriously mad. I'll pierce your heart in one blow. I'll plow right through you, make a fountain of bright red blood reach the ceiling. Kanan she has gone crazy. After flying about wildly for some time, with the speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Kanon's heart. She could tell that it was Kanon's body by the sweet taste of it. But she quickly noticed one thing. She had it pierced his heart. Oh. This is why humans are frightening. Would you like some black tea? I am fine for now. This is so amusing, I don't even need any. Karan-kun. You are arrogant again. I told you that you wouldn't be able to defeat me. The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Kanon's blood, but it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Kanon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant, even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her. In her pride, she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. No, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride. Kanon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon stake sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones, ew, and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand, so big you could clearly see through to the other side. Oh, ow, 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 ow. What a horrible time to be a very empathetic person. Ow, 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 ow. Kanon's face was filled with pain, but right now, he had won, without a doubt. The demon stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again, so that Kanon was now gripping exactly where her neck was. It's choking her out, okay? It's my victory, Beatrice. Kanon didn't hold him back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Kanon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Kanon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another furniture, or a final bit of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face first down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat. Spectacular, Kanon. Your great efforts have proven the correctness of some of Kinzo's research. Ronanov was clapping with his hands. To Kanon, who had won at great cost and had a wound on his left hand that wouldn't close, Ronanov's applause felt like mockery. All possibilities dwell within the human heart, was it? My, this is why humans are so frightening. Well done, Kanon. You were victorious. Spectacular. Are you okay? Kanon. Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood. Oof. That was incredible, Kanon. Truly incredible. Even I was hoping at least a little for an upset. That you didn't let me down makes you truly splendid furniture. I think better of you now. I honestly think better of you. You haven't forgotten our promise, right, Beatrice? Indeed. Of course I haven't forgotten. Witches and demons may be inhumane. However, we are more noble than humans when it comes to keeping promises. I will not go back on my word. I guaranteed that if you won, I would give you the right to decide the 5 people who will escape becoming the 13 sacrifices. But Beatrice, it's not like I've... When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. So as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and head first usually don't agree. I mean, looking at my ceiling, that's gotta be what? 8 feet? 9 feet? That's certainly enough to break some bones. Milady, isn't that a little much? Perhaps you are right. I suppose I'll forgive her. And then she dropped her to the ground. Waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So as a horribly natural result, this time she fell properly back onto the floor. Yep, that's about what I expected. Beatrice, forgive me. What are you so afraid of? I have already forgiven you, haven't I? So, Kana, shall we continue? Continue what? You aren't saying you want me to finish her, are you? No. It isn't over yet, right? What is it? Stop dodging the question. I did promise you your reward, didn't I? If you could defeat my furniture. The 7 stakes. Oh, no. Just gotta fight 6 more. Come, arise, the 7 stakes. The 6 younger sisters of the worthless elder sister. Air split with shrill laughter. And as a golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of purgatory show themselves. All of the 7 sisters of purgatory were here after Kanon was able to defeat only one by sacrificing his left arm. By now, Kanon regretted his thoughtlessness in escaping the witch's challenge. Or accepting the witch's challenge. It had been foolish to assume that a game against a witch would be on even footing. Lame. One-sama, why are you crawling on the floor? You people. I told you One-sama's useless. Even though she acts like she's so great just because she's the oldest, that's only on the outside. Yes, seriously, Lucifer One-sama, your disgraceful behavior will damage the reputation of us all. Know your shame, you novice. Kanan-kun, that was totally awesome. But don't get cocky, okay? Lucifer One-sama brags all the time, but she's no big deal compared to the rest of us. That's why I'm always saying Lucifer Nay shouldn't do anything. Just let her keep bragging all the time. After all, those of us with talent can handle all the tough jobs. What are you going to do, One-sama? Out of respect for your pride, we were planning to stay out of your way in the hopes that you challenge him again in that beat-up body of yours. But Kanon-kun sure is strong, huh? There's no way you could win, right? You people! My, you sisters are all so lively. Is this any time to fight amongst yourselves? It's only together that you're the seven sisters of seven stakes of purgatory, correct? Now play nice and execute the tasks I give you. And swiftly, okay? Hey, Lucifer One-sama, if you want to borrow the power of your little sisters, then say it, okay? We want to hear you ask for help with your own mouth. Do you plan to mock me even more? Probably. I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful Lucifer, the oldest sister, beg my younger sisters to save me. Come on, let's hear it. If you let us hear it, we'll save you. Okay? Everyone? Damn. The seven sisters of purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. Even Kanan, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it. Damn. Quickly now! Clearly we won't make any progress here with you alone. Hurry up, let the seven sisters strike Kanan. My, what is the matter, Lucifer? This is an order from a lady, is it not? How cruel. After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request. The foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful! Shameful! Lucifer, the eldest sister, begged. The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying and broke down crying. However, the younger sisters kept giggling. All this is a mess. Wait a sec. Don't try to trick us by crying. You haven't finished saying it. That should be enough. Come, sisters, let us display our power. I won't be satisfied till I hear the whole thing, okay? Come on, One-sama, keep going. That's enough, come on. This shame affects us all. We won't let them leave here alive. Okay, how should we play with this pitiful furniture? Any wonderful plans? Yes. Belzy thinks the seven of us should get along and split Kanan up between us. Good idea. That way, all the sisters can get along. Then I'll take the head. I'll leave the limbs and guts to you all. No, I get the no way that promise will mean anything, right? First one there wins. Kanon, if you've got any ideas for how we should kill you, just tell us, alright? The Seven Sisters will kill you in an awesome way. Whew, hang in there, Kanon. Shake me so deep, slicing you into 8 pieces won't be enough. I'll slice you into 100. Here we go. Yes, One-sama, 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 One-sama. Is there an echo in here? There's 7 One-samas. The 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time, they would generally follow their master's order. Take Kanon down swiftly. The 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Kanon. They tortured Kanon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. Damn, playing with their food. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shanna dashed up behind him, holding onto him so that she blocked the way to his body, at least a little. At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the two of them, like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Kanon. What? You're mean! This has nothing to do with you! I see. You must want to play with us. Then I'll take it, all mine. Pietra-sama, can we take Shannon as our prey? I don't mind, do as you like. It seems Kanon alone won't be enough to satisfy your gluttony. You have our deepest gratitude. Come on, I'll make you regret coming out uninvited. I'll turn you into scraps of meat so unrecognizable you will be able to tell which is which. Mix you and mince you into hamburgers. Idiot, breaking that barrier should come first, right? Don't let your gluttony get in the way of your job. Yes, One-sama! As a horribly natural first action, the 7 sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to even impress Beatrice. With its strength, frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it. And it was firm, like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or an axe. For the 7 sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying, but not impossible. Shing, 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 shing. A sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with a saw, an axe, no, a chainsaw. How foolish, even though you must know that your barrier can't fully protect you from these girls. Why? Because I couldn't overlook it. As Shannon covered Kanon, who was already at his limit, sprawled on the floor, she spoke back resolutely. If you hadn't barged in uninvited, I would have given you a death like sleep. Why have you gone to all the trouble of exposing yourself? Not all deaths are the same. A cruel death will cause you far more anguish than merely dying. Go ahead, do as you like. Just as you always do what you want, I did what I wanted. At any rate, you're not quite amusing at the present moment. Romance is most interesting when you're wondering whether it will succeed or not. Once it does succeed, a woman is like a salmon who has finished laying its eggs? I'm sorry? I have already tired of you. Jesus, Beatrice. Thank you. No words from a witch would make me happier. And at least in the end, let me see you die in a truly entertaining manner. Seven Sisters, can you hear me? Kill Shannon in a way that shows me the limits of brutality. Shannon, my apologies. In the end, I wasn't able to reach your level, Genji-sama. You're an idiot, Ne-san. If you just let me be, then you might not have had to meet a horrible end. No, it's fine. I received a ring from George-sama and lived as a woman. I have protected you and lived as a sister. With this, my life is complete, with no regrets. You're pissing me off. That philosophical take really is irritating. Like I said, your furniture, you don't even smell like a human. Look at me. I am a human. Don't spout out philosophical crap like you're more complete than I am. How ugly. Are those regrets what you truly are? They aren't regret. This is called living. What's this about not minding if you die just because you were given a ring? I can't understand it. It's incomprehensible, disappointing, outrageous, stunning, and it's all useless. Milady, perhaps you're acting a tad undignified? Shut up, furniture. Shannon, do you think I'll let you die so easily? Now's the time to bite your tongue. How pitiful. You can see yourself reflected in my eyes, then shudder at your own ugliness. Fear not. Once I've crushed you up, you'll be much more ugly even while you were still alive. At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier did block those without ill intent. Then Genji gently held her from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand. Genji-sama, you've already done enough. Go to sleep before me. Yes, thank you very much, Genji-sama. Indeed. After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out. When Genji removed his hand, bright red, fresh blood oozed out of there. It only happened for the first instant, and it was shaped like a crimson rose. And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there, as though she was sleeping. Then she fell softly, silently, and slept. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her, no matter how evilly they tortured her. The scene left Beatrice and the seven sisters stunned. Only Romanov wore a mysterious smile. Then Genji leaned over Kanon, who was crouching on the floor. You did well. You should sleep now, too. Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama. Just as he had done with Shannon, he softly covered Kanon's eyes with his hands. Then gently pressed the area around Kanon's collarbone with his other hand. And when his hand was removed with the lightness of a feather, there was a crimson rose there. But that rose shape quickly turned into the stain of bright red blood pouring out. What is that? What a boring person, even though it's so fun to poke the balloon of life with a needle so that it forcefully explodes. Spectacular, Genji. You truly are furniture. Thank you very much. Well then, Beatrice-sama, Rononov-sama. With this as my final task, allow me to rest. Damn you, snatching away my fun. Why don't I take all the thrashing and mashing I wanted to do to them and give it to you instead? Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression. But Rononov spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile. You have worked hard. You are my greatest servant. As a final gift, I shall bestow upon you a peaceful sleep fitting for all the labors you have performed. What? Wait, it's not your place too! When Ronald snapped his fingers, Genji slumped to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut, suddenly and yet gently. He crumpled, falling into a sleep that no witch could call him back from. It was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Kanon. What was that, Ronov? What a boring anticlimax. Are you not a mighty great witch, milady? What happened here is hardly worthy of your concern. It isn't like you to let the provocation of someone like Shannon get to you. What was it that had Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Ronov laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of humanity in a woman's heart, and ordered the seven sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. The 7 sisters disappeared in ecstasy. Dun, dun, dun! Well, that's it for the servants. Rest in peace, guys. And that's as good a spot to wrap up as any. So here we go. Meow. When the game lets me save, I will save. Come on. Poor Goda. He's the next one who showed up, so. Beautiful. Dun 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 dun. Alrighty. So, it's gonna be a new schedule. Hooray! Alrighty. So I will post that up tonight or tomorrow, depending how it goes. This coming week might be a little spotty with more breaks because I'm doing prep for my next model's debut. So, woohoo! Hi, Ranger. Alrighty. I'm not late, am I? We're just wrapping up, so depends what you mean by late. Harry's playing Monhun! Perfect. Thank you for the stream. As always, stay amazing and have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you, you as well. Those of y'all who want to come along for the watch-along, I will see you guys in about 2.5 hours. For now, that's going to be it for me. Hi, Butter. Bye, Butter. We're wrapping up. See you later. See you later, folks. Alrighty. That's going to be it for me. Keep an eye out for my schedule. For now, that's it for me. If it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. Until next time, take care of yourself. Wash your face, brush your teeth, eat good food. Thanks, Zon. And until next time, bye-bye. Bye-bye.